Oh, sorry. Should I say that again?
Yeah, just the time and yeah.
All right. Well, I'm calling to order the special meeting of the Board of Directors of the San Diego Community Power. It's September 23rd, and it's just a little bit after 3:30. Can we do a roll call?
Yes, Director Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Director Baber.
Here.
Director Dedina. Vice Chair Padilla. Chair Mosca.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. We have several items on our closed session agenda. Do you have any public comment on any of those items?
No, we do not.
All right, so the first item is a public employee performance evaluation pursuant to government.
Do I have to get out of this meeting, go in a different meeting?
And yeah, just in 1 second, I'm just gonna go through what's on our agenda, and then we'll.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. So first agenda item is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title Interim Chief Executive Officer. Second item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Ryan Barron, General Counsel, unrepresented employee, Interim Chief Executive Officer. Third item and last item is the public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, titled Chief Executive Officer. And if there are no matters from or comments from my colleagues on the board here, what we'll do is just move to closed session. Since there's a different link for a closed session, we'll move to that closed session link, and then the public can stay here on this link. Is that correct, Kimberly?
Yes, that is correct. And this session will stay recording while you are in closed session.
Perfect. Then I will see my colleagues and our general counsel in closed session.
Hi, Kimberly.
Megan,
Hey.
hey, if you see Ty Tosdell join in the attendees section, he actually needs to be a panelist. So would you promote him to a panelist if you see him join in there?
Sure, sure. Did we receive any other public comments since you emailed me the Excel sheet?
Oh, wait, hold on. I just refreshed it and we got one more. Let me look and see.
Okay.
I will, let me email that one to you. Let me see what item it is. Okay, this one's for item 5.
Okay.
So instead of sending the whole spreadsheet, I will just send that one item.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, Megan, I just sent that. Let me know if that didn't, if you can't read that.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, Megan, there's another one.
Okay.
This one's item 5 as well.
Got it.
Okay. For everybody that's in the meeting, it is still recording. Just so you know. Megan, I'm going to send over another comment.
Okay.
Item 2.
Received.
Okay.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, Joe. Is the PowerPoint showing?
The PowerPoint is showing. I can see it.
Okay.
You have a closed session up. Please let me know when we have all of my colleagues back in the meeting here. And do we have our general counsel on the line? Ryan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Kimberly, it looks like Steve Padilla, Vice Chair Padilla may need to be, all right, there he is.
Gotcha. Thanks, Chair.
All right, let's see, just looking through the list. I don't see Director Montgomery Stepp on the line. Did she get back in?
Or Director Baber? I don't see him yet either.
All right, let's give it a couple minutes.
Or Director Dedina. All right, Director Baber is. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Joe, I'm trying, your son's name is Devin.
My youngest is Devin and my oldest is Garrett.
Did Devin have a good time at the baseball game?
Oh, he had an awesome time. Yeah, he had a really good time. Yeah.
Did you see that picture I sent you when I sent my 25-year-old to get out the same and came home with the same snack that Devin chose?
That was funny.
Some things never change, huh?
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, he loves cotton candy. We had to go all over the place for that cotton candy. I'm like, really? You know, I was like, okay. So, but you know, he was a champ that night. So so that was fine for me to roam all around the stadium to find cotton candy.
That was actually a fun night. It's the first time I met, you know, some like Kimberly and some of these other folks. I'd never met them in real life until that game.
Yeah. All right. Do we have everyone on the line now?
Everyone except Director Dedina. I still don't see.
All right. Well, let's get started, and then Director Dedina can join us when he's in. All right. So we'll come back from closed session. We're now on the record. We had closed session that started at 3:30. General Counsel, did you want to report out on the actions taken in closed session?
There's nothing to report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, so then I guess we will adjourn the closed session. I don't have a gavel, but I'll just kind of knock the thing.
Chair Mosca, we did have some comments for item number 2.
On the closed session?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, I didn't close it yet. So do we have, are you gonna read them or are
Yes,
there?
Megan has them and we'll read them.
All right, perfect.
Our first comment is from Michelle Morgan. As a business person, I understand how important leadership is in any organization. For Sdcp to execute its mission and succeed, we need a local permanent CEO that is aligned with the organization's values. I urge you to launch a permanent search for a replacement to the interim CEO immediately. Our next comment is from Karina Gonzalez. Hello, directors. I'd like to urge you all to prioritize finding a permanent CEO by the end of 2021. Giving Sdcp the much needed stability of a permanent CEO should be a top priority for the board, given the uncertainty customers have towards CCE programs after the collapse of Riverside CCE not too long ago. Thank you. Our next comment is from Sheila Ott. Good evening, Chair Mosca and directors. My name is Sheila Ott and I'm a resident in San Diego. Not having a permanent CEO can create potential mistrust in the region, especially if SDCP's phase 3 launch comes up. Finding a local CEO who believes in SDCP's core mission and values, along with having established relationships with the community, is critical to SDCP's success. I urge SDCP to find a replacement CEO by the end of the year. Thank you for your time. And that concludes the public comments for item 2.
We do have a hand raised, Matthew Vasilakis.
Matthew, I'm going to allow you to speak in 1 second. You should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Directors. This is Matthew Vasilakis with Climate Action Campaign. We appreciate and thank the interim CEO's caretakership over the last year. SDCP has moving steadily in the right direction and building a tremendous staff. As SDCP looks to bring on a permanent CEO, we recommend the board ensure a more timely transition of 3 months instead of 6. With Western Community Energy's dissolution and Orange County Community Power's concerning direction, markets, regulators, and the public will only be increasing their scrutiny of emerging CCE programs, including SDCP. While SDCP clearly does not face anywhere near the same challenges of the aforementioned programs, we do not believe in permitting any risk to the region's only hope for achieving an equitable and sustainable 100% clean energy future. Again, to be clear, long-term leadership is necessary to ground SDCP's exponential growth, ensure staff growth and retention, and secure SDCP's position as a major power player at the state and local and national level. Please move to secure long-term leadership at SDCP by the end of this calendar year. We look forward to the board's discussions in the future and working with the community to achieve our shared goals. Thank you.
All right. All right. Any other public comment?
Yes, there's 2 more hands raised. Joyce Lane, I'm going to allow you to talk. Give me 1 second. Sorry, the computer is. Joyce, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, directors. My name is Joyce Lane and I live in the city of San Diego. And I urge you not to extend the contract for your CEO, Bill Carnahan, since this was intended as a temporary appointment. I understand there was a search process last year and that Cody Hooven was selected by the board in that process and that it was a technicality that prevented that appointment. Therefore, I recommend that you promote Ms. Hooven to the CEO position. I do think it is critical that San Diego Community Power get a local permanent CEO who's aligned with the organization's mission and values, and that you do that as soon as possible. And it's especially important before the launch of phase 3. Not having a local person in this position, I think, weakens San Diego Community Power. And there are many benefits to having a local CEO who believes in San Diego Community Power's mission and has established relationships with the community. And I would argue that you do have someone already in-house who has those qualities. Cody Hooven was largely responsible for bringing this program into existence. I urge you to get a local replacement CEO as soon as possible and definitely by the end of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Our next speaker who has her hand raised is Tara Hammond. Tara, you should be able to speak and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Mosca and directors. Tara Hammond. I was honored to be on the SDCP CEO search committee last year as the Community Advisory Committee representative. And I understood the circumstances that led to the CEO appointment. We've had almost a year now to find a permanent CEO. And while I greatly appreciate Bill Carnahan stepping in as the interim CEO and being willing to extend his contract, I think it's important to find a permanent CEO that's locally based and aligned with SDCP's values and mission as quickly as possible. As other speakers have said today, there are concerns about instability, and having a permanent CEO, I believe, especially before launching phase 3 and SDCP expands, is very important. So I'm urging you to help find a replacement CEO by the end of the year. Thanks so much.
And there's no more hand raised, and that concludes the public comment.
All right, excellent. And thank you for the public comment. That is really, really good feedback. And we do have on our open session, which we're going to get to in 1 second, the question of executive recruitment and trying to find our future CEO. But let me make sure you know that the organization is extraordinarily stable under the current management and leadership. But we are having that discussion, open session about future leadership. So please do stay tuned and take part in that discussion. So this is the end of our closed session, and let's start our open session. So regular meeting of the Board of Directors. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of September 23rd. It is now, what is it? It's 5:16. And so welcome to this meeting, and let's have a roll call.
Director Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Director Baber.
Here.
Director Dedina.
Sorry,
Vice-
did you?
Yes, okay. Vice Chair Padilla
Here.
and Chair Mosca.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, we do have a flag. Oh, great. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the United
the United
States
States of America.
and to the republic
To the
for which
republic
it stands,
for which it
one
stands,
nation,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do we have any changes to the posted agenda? Any public comments on on items that are not on our agenda?
There's no general public comment emails, and there's no one with their hand raised at this time.
All right. All right. So let's move to our consent calendar. We have one item on our consent calendar, and that's the Treasurer's report presentation of financial results from for 2021 fiscal year ending period June 30th, 2021, and presentation of financial results for fiscal year 2022 period ending July 31st, 2021. Do we have any questions or public comments on this item?
We do not.
Any questions on this item, or I'll entertain a motion?
I'll move the item, Chair.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We have a second by Director Dedina. Let's vote.
Board Member Baber, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Dedina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Montgomery Stepp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Padilla, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Mosca, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with all directors voting yes.
All right, let's move to the next item, which is a report by Management and General Counsel. Is this you, Ryan?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 2.
There's just before item number 2, it says reports by Management and General Counsel. General Counsel will provide an update on legislation, executive order. Was there something that you were gonna?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit out of order. I did want to briefly report to the board that AB 361 was passed last week, and it's going to allow the continuation of full virtual meetings as long as there's a governor declared state of emergency and one of two situations occur that either state or local authorities are requiring or recommending social distancing, or the legislative body, in this case, Sdcp Board of Directors, finds that meeting in person would present an imminent safety risk to attendees. So as you all know, the executive order is in effect for the end of this month and expires, and AB 361 would kick in at that time. So we are going to work with staff on what findings may need to be made going into the October board meeting, and whether any findings need to be made by committees. At this time, we still have a state of emergency in effect, and we believe that both state and local authorities are recommending social distancing. So no additional findings by this board would need to be made should you desire to stay in virtual meetings. But we just wanted to apprise you that this passed and let you know that we'll be working with staff going forward. And you may be having this as an agenda item on the October board meeting. And it may be an item on committee meetings as well, depending on how state and local authorities continue to evaluate COVID-19.
Perfect. All right,
Thank
any
you.
questions? Thank you, Ryan. Any questions for our general counsel on that item? On that report? All right, let's move to our regular agenda. First, the second item on our regular agenda, or the number 2 on our agenda, is first amendment to interim chief executive officer employment agreement. And this is our general counsel, Ryan.
Thank you again. Sorry, I'm used to general counsel comments at the end of the meeting.
Ryan, for some reason, we posted it this way, so maybe we can change it next time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Directors, Ryan Barron, General Counsel. You have before you item number 2 today, which is to consider approval of a first amendment to the interim chief executive officer employment agreement with Mr. Bill Carnahan. Just to give you some brief background, effective October 1st, Sdcp appointed Bill as its interim CEO. Bill has about 50 years of public power experience as a former public utility executive with CCA and formerly of SCAPA and Riverside Public Utility. When he was appointed, it was anticipated that Sdcp would keep him through launch. His agreement has expired, or was about to expire, I should say. And so the proposal before you is to extend it for another 6 months. Under the Brown Act, I am required to provide a verbal summary of the proposed action on any salaries, salary schedules, or benefits, and just wanted to formally report out to the public that under the existing interim CEO employment agreement, Bill currently receives the following compensation and benefits: an annual base salary of $295,000. He does not receive regular employee benefits such as health insurance or retirement benefits. In lieu of those benefits, he currently receives under the agreement 15% of his base salary. And he also receives an Sdcp issued mobile phone or $100 a month technology stipend. The employment agreement before you would not change any of those things. The things that it does change is, 1, extending the term of the employment for up to 6 months. So he would continue to remain as an at-will employee who would serve at the pleasure of the board. The amendment would provide for a per diem of $200 per night to stay in a hotel or residence in San Diego County while performing his duties as interim CEO, with a limit of 10 per diems per calendar month. There was already a placeholder for a per diem or some sort of arrangement if COVID should lift and his attendance be required in person. We suggested this in light of AB 361 and the expiration of the executive order to clear this up now rather than bring the agreement back at a later time. So this was a suggested item in the amendment. And just lastly, there are no other changes to salary benefits other than those 2 items. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, General Counsel. Any questions for Ryan? Kimberly, do we have any comments from the public beyond the, I think we had 2 others that seem relevant to this item.
The only comments were the ones that were already read for item 2, and there's no hands raised at this time.
All right, well, let's bring it back.
We have Joyce Lane who just raised her hand. I'm going to allow her to talk, and you'll have 3 minutes.
So,
Joyce,
all right,
Sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'll just say that my earlier comments were really related to this item. And I misspoke.
Oh, that's fine. And I remember your comments. And so
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you,
All right.
Joyce.
All right, if there's no more public comment, let's bring it back to the board for discussion. Any discussion on this item? Vice Chair Padilla?
Prepared to move approval for a 6-month extension.
All right, we have a motion on the table by Vice Chair Padilla. Do we have a second? I'll second that motion. And I'm going to second the motion and say that I've thoroughly enjoyed working with Bill Carnahan. And I appreciate the fact that he came out of retirement to serve our organization and help us out. And I appreciate that he's willing to continue to be out of retirement for a short time while we go through the executive recruitment process to get a permanent CEO in place. So thank you to Bill Carnahan, and I look forward to continuing to work with you for a short amount of time as we kind of transition to a permanent CEO. So thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just briefly, I would just echo those comments and just reiterate to the public that are rightly paying close attention. The board is moving, I think, reasonably with urgency to move our process of executive recruitment forward, and we're grateful Mr. Carnahan is here with us on a very interim basis.
Chair Mosca, if I may interrupt for just one moment, this is Megan. I just wanted to note that the comments that were read at the beginning of the meeting, I believe those were meant for this item. So I just want to state that for the record.
All right, the record will reflect that the comments that were received earlier in closed session relevant to the extension of the interim CEO's contract were really meant for item number 2.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the table and a second. If there's no more discussion, let's vote.
Chair, just really quick, I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should raise my hand or not, but I just want to quickly say to the public, thank you for taking note, acknowledging this item, and your comments are well taken. I think this is a good, decent amount of time for us to, make the best choice moving forward is with regard to permanency. So, and also thank you, Bill, for coming in and helping us through this process so far. And with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, so let's vote.
Board Member Faber, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Board Member Montgomery Steppe, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Padilla, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Mosca, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with all directors voting yes.
All right, and we'll move on to item number 3, which I think I don't want to blame this on COVID all the time, but I do think that we would have gotten to this discussion earlier if the last several months we weren't all really bogged down with COVID stuff. But here we are, and we're going to move as quickly as we can. But we also want to make sure that we're getting as much feedback from the public and all of our stakeholders as we can as we go through this process. So item number 3, consider and discuss a recruitment process for permanent CEO. And I think that our general counsel is going to handle this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Directors, Ryan Barron. You have before you consideration and discussion of the recruitment process for a permanent chief executive officer. As you're aware, section 5.5 of the JPA provides that Sdcp will appoint a CEO who's responsible for the day-to-day operation and management of Sdcp. This item is intended to bring that process back to you and jumpstart it, which would include the hiring of an executive recruiter to assist with the recruitment process, the recommendation to establish a temporary ad hoc advisory committee. Under section 6 of the bylaws, the chair has the discretion to appoint members of such ad hoc committees, which can be done here at this item. And then an initial candidate review by this advisory committee and key stakeholders, as well as interviews of top candidates by the board of directors. I would just make one last note that the recruitment budget that we looked at from last time around was somewhere between $60,000 to $80,000. So the proposal is not necessarily to bring a recruitment contract to the board unless that's your direction, but that could be done under the interim CEO's delegated authority under the procurement policy after a competitive solicitation is done at the staff level. And so with that, I would turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, for discussion. Thank you.
All right, let's any discussion on this item? I think the process that we had previously with an ad hoc committee really worked out well because it allowed us to make progress on the item. And so, that's why I suggested that we have an ad hoc committee and so that we have 2 members that are sitting on this ad hoc committee and really making decisions and moving it forward, as quickly as possible. Director Baber?
I'm willing to serve on that ad hoc committee. I don't know who else is willing to serve on it, Chairman.
All right. What about Vice Chair Padilla?
I will do so, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So should we make decisions? Should we talk a little bit about the process now, Ryan, or when you say it's got to be the hiring of the executive recruiter has to be a competitive process? I think the last time we reached out to the member cities and asked them for some recommendations on who they've worked with before. How do you, what's a competitive process, for an executive recruiter, or what should we be doing there?
Yeah, the procurement policy allows for an informal solicitation process in the way that you described. I was just noting that the contract itself does not need to be brought back to the board depending on the dollar amount. So we could reach out to the member cities for suggestions, have folks submit proposals, and then the temporary ad hoc advisory committee can select a recruiting firm and then ask the interim CEO to enter into a contract with that recruiter.
All right. I mean, my only feedback on the executive recruiter is that it's got to be somebody who, not just kind of, executive recruiter is so important. I mean, these are folks that are going to bring us the candidates, and it's important for this executive recruiter to have a nice kind of database of folks that they can tap that potentially could fit this role. And so, and that they're not just kind of doing all the old stale stuff in terms of postings, but they're knowing where to post this and knowing who to go to really kind of ensure that we have some really strong candidates to decide from. All right, any more conversation on this item? Do we have any public comment on this item, Kimberly?
Yes, there are two hands raised.
We have two hands raised. Matthew Vascolassis, I'm going to allow you to talk, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Directors. This is Matthew Vascolassis again with Climate Action Campaign. We appreciate Director Padilla's comments on expediency, and we hope that that is true. We look forward to a robust national search for a permanent CEO at Sdcp. Our hope is that the board, community advisory committee, and community stakeholders will be engaged in the process to recruit the right candidates to advance Sdcp's mission. Sdcp was developed and codified as a community-centered and driven institution, and we believe community voices will be critical to finding the right person for this key position. Thank you, and we look forward to partnering with you on this important community effort.
And thank you, Matthew. Our next comment is from Eddie Price. Eddie, I'm allowing you to talk, and you'll have 3 minutes. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Greetings, board chair. This is Eddie Price, chair of the Community Advisory Committee. It doesn't sound like the comments from the public were really taken to heart. And I just want to make that statement. In addition, are we talking about, or are you talking about having somebody hired in 6 months by February of 2022, or beginning the process in 6 months? Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Question. That was a question.
Do you want to answer that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Is there any other public comment?
There is no more hands raised.
All right. Yes, Chair Price, thank you. Thank you for giving your feedback, and thank you for listening tonight. No, absolutely. The item is on the agenda tonight, and it's my intention that this ad hoc committee would start in earnest, and they would start to move forward in trying to come up with a process of hiring an executive recruiter who would really be able to find us some excellent candidates that match the attributes of a leader that we want and need at our organization. So we're going to start right away, and my hope would be that this process is open and as transparent as possible. That we're similar to the last time that we bring in various stakeholders, that we think about this, and that during this process that we bring in the community advisory committee in some way. I think the last time what we did was we had surveys that we had done with the community advisory committee to talk about, and other stakeholders, about the attributes of a leader, a future leader for Sdcp, and we collected that information. That kind of all fed into our brochure that the executive recruiter sent out, and we also had a panel where Community Advisory Committee one of their members sat on that panel. We also had the CEO of Clean Power Alliance on that panel, and then another person from the CCA world. And so we may want to think about, at some point also having a panel of not only maybe somebody from the CCA world, somebody from the power utility side, and then somebody from the Community Advisory Committee that's also working with us to help advise on what candidate should move forward. I thought the last time too, where we basically, the board was presented with 2 or 3 candidates. I think it was 3 candidates, so that you guys would basically go through the whole, all of the various candidates that applied with the executive recruiter, narrow that down, and then interview maybe 7 or 8 candidates, and then the best 2 or 3 bring to the board of directors so that we can interview the last 2 or 3 that are standing. I mean, that's kind of what we did the last time.
Oh, sorry. Eddie, you're allowed to speak. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. I was just concerned about, the voices of the community being heard and the implementation and the, the Community Advisory Committee being intimately involved in this process. So thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And I think my question was, are we going to be done by February? Regardless of when we start, are we going to be done by February so that we can kind of enter the new year ready to move ahead full force with all the leadership in place and all the employees in place?
We're going to try as hard as possible, making sure that we have a balanced process where we bring all the various stakeholders in and make sure that people feel like they've been heard and they've had an opportunity to give feedback as well. So my goal would, and I hope the goal of the ad hoc committee would be to move it forward as quickly as possible, but with the proviso that it's important in a role like this, a very significant and important role in our county, in our region, that people have a say in the type of leader that we're going to hire.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Just for future reference, Megan or Kimberly, I want to just be fair because I don't want people thinking that I'm not fair. That people that call in for public comment, it's 3 minutes. All right, and also the rules don't allow us to have back and forth conversation. So once a person gives public comment, that the public comment period is done, and we don't want to just continue having back and forth because it's unfair to somebody else. And so if I basically allow one person to do it and then I cut another person off because they've had 3 minutes, then somebody can say that it was unfair to them and that I was discriminating against them as a speaker. So I want to be very careful that we have 3 minutes that applies to everybody.
I completely understand. My apologies. I thought the pause was due to wanting a response from Mr. Price. So my apologies, but I'll be sure to take that into account for all future public comment.
All right, so let's bring this back to, thank you, Megan. Let's bring this back to the board. Any discussion on item number 3? All right, so then if there's no discussion, do we have a motion? And that motion would be would be the staff's recommendation, including that Director Baber and Vice Chair Padilla will be on the ad hoc committee.
Okay, I'll move that.
All right, do we have a second? All right, I'll second that motion. So it's a motion by Director Baber and a second by myself. Let's vote.
Director Montgomery Stepp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Director Dedina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Director Baber, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Padilla, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Mosca, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with all board members voting yes.
Thank you, Megan. All right, let's move to item number 4, update on regulatory and legislative affairs. And this is Laura Fernandez. Our favorite, not our favorite, but but my favorite. I like hearing about regulatory affairs.
You can't take it back. I already heard you. I'm your favorite.
Everybody's my favorite, but I do like hearing from you on regulatory affairs.
It makes me so glad. All right. Well, thank you. So what you see here on this slide are the items I'm going to talk about today in the regulatory and legislative world. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Great. Thank you. So the California legislative session ended for the year on September 10th. That means that any bill that didn't pass out of both the Assembly and the Senate will not have a chance to become law until next year. Bills that did pass out of both houses now have been presented to Governor Gavin Newsom for signature, and October 10th is the last day for him to sign or veto bills. Through this legislative session, we tracked 40 bills, and of those, just 12 were presented to the governor for signature. And these bills cover a wide range of topics, including biomass, offshore wind, energy storage, electric vehicle charging. Some of those have already been signed as of like today, so before I put my staff report together. So I'm planning to do a slightly more in-depth overview of bills of interest that are ultimately signed into law. Just some general reflections from the energy side. This legislative session was relatively quiet. It was a pretty slow year for energy overall, even though it was kind of busy for us because we did have SB 612, which was our priority, and that ultimately did not get through this year, unfortunately, and we will see where that goes next year. Part of the reason the year was slow is due to the ongoing pandemic, as well as the impact of the recall election. Protecting the governor was a priority for the majority party, which is obviously the Democrats. And so some controversial issues were tabled due to limited debate, and there were limits on the number of bills that legislators were able to carry. Any questions about the legislative session? Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? So SDG&E's sales forecast application was filed on August 13th. The last time SDG&E updated sales forecast was actually in 2019. And as you can imagine, there have been a number of factors that have affected SDG&E's load since 2019, like us. So this application came in, finally, we are waiting for it for a while. And in this application, they're requesting approval for their 2022 sales forecast. And they're also requesting that in the future, they be authorized to file a combined sales forecast along with the energy resource recovery account forecast, which right now is separate. That is something that we support. All of the other utilities in the state, Edison and PG&E, file these together. Right now, SDG&E is the only one that does that separately. So while we did protest the application jointly with Clean Energy Alliance on the grounds that we couldn't conclude from the information we were able to review whether they have demonstrated their burden of proof, we do agree with SDG&E's request to file a subsequent sales forecast combined with the ERA forecast. So that is something that we agree with in this proceeding. There's a little bit of disagreement over timing, but SDG&E submitted their reply September 15th. This is going to move pretty quickly. We're looking for resolution by December so we can get rates updated by January 1st. And there is still an outstanding motion to potentially have this consolidated with ERA forecast for this year. So I will update you all on that at the next meeting. Any questions on the sales forecast application? Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So I wanted to provide an update on the resource adequacy appeal. Back in February, Sdcp was cited for a deficiency in our September year ahead system RA requirements. And back in March, we decided to file an appeal. This process is still ongoing. We decided to file an appeal because the deficiency wasn't a function of process, cost, or other factors within our control, but really the deficiency is a result of factors that are outside of our control, which have constrained the amount of resources that are available in a historically tight RA market. And long story short, there was simply no available resource to buy. And so we are hopeful that the CPUC will eliminate or reduce the potential penalty that is being levied in this in this citation. The briefs were filed on Monday, at least the opening briefs were. Reply ones are due on October 15th, and we expect to see resolution on this calendar year. But I know it's been a while since we discussed this in a meeting, and so I just wanted to provide an update. Any questions on this item?
But we think that it's going to be calendared and heard and resolved before the end of the year.
Yeah, so there's opening briefs and then reply briefs, and then procedure got a little bit wonky here. There might be evidentiary hearings. We're not sure yet, but if there were, that would be the last procedural step in this appeal. And then after that, the commission would issue a draft resolution, and we would have the ability to comment on that before it became final. And so we would expect to see a final resolution potentially in December, but as you know, it can be hard to predict how fast the commission can move on these kinds of things, but that's my my best estimate at this point.
And that's partly because I think I remember Ty saying before that there wasn't really a defined process for this type of appeal.
Yeah, there are other appeals out there, and we're taking a slightly different approach than other CCAs that have filed these kinds of appeals. But yeah, we would expect to see a draft resolution and then potentially a final resolution. And even at that point, if we didn't agree with the outcome, we have the option to file an application for rehearing. So depending on what happens with the draft resolution, final resolution, we could revisit that possibility later this year.
Excellent.
Any other questions on this? Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So this is, I think, everyone's favorite, net energy metering. It's a very popular topic in our community. And this proceeding has been going on for it's been very active this year. I think I've provided updates at every meeting that we've had over the past couple of months. We did end up submitting a reply brief in this proceeding with San Jose Clean Energy. I did include the full reply brief in the agenda packet if you haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but this is sort of the outline from the reply brief. It discusses some of the issues that we addressed in that brief. I'll just go over them quickly, but we're recommending that the commission reject using the avoided cost calculator, which is an IOU proposal for determining NEM customer compensation. We're also recommending that the commission reject any high fixed charges for NEM customers. We think that they should adopt a reasonable glide path to ensure that the rooftop solar industry will continue to grow sustainably. We want them to reject proposals to move NEM 1.0 and 2.0 customers, which are current NEM customers, to the new tariff, which would be NEM 3.0. We want them to make sure that rooftop solar continues to grow in equity communities. That was a phrase that was used in the proceeding, which is why we used it in the reply brief. And then finally, we would support exploring electrification friendly rates for NEM customers. And so this proceeding is now considered submitted, meaning that the next step in the proceeding would be for the CPUC to issue a proposed decision. And that is expected by December. And we would then have the opportunity to comment on that proposed decision when it comes out, but pretty much not a whole lot is going to happen, at least at the CPUC for now, because now the CPUC just has to go through hundreds of pages of briefs and testimony and figure out what the heck they're going to do here. So any questions on the net energy metering proceeding? Okay, and then this actually rolls right into the next agenda item, which is item 5. Thank you. And so this
Laura, let's see if there's any public comment on item number 4 first.
Sure.
We have two hands raised for, oh wait, no, they disappeared. I think they're wanting to speak for item 5. So it looks like we have no public comment for item 4.
All right, and item 4 is just a receive and file, so we'll just move on to item number 5. Laura.
Okay, so for item 5, the Community Advisory Committee at their last meeting, they voted to recommend that the board send a letter indicating support for rooftop solar to the CPUC as well as the governor's office. That letter, as well as a slightly edited letter, were included in the agenda packet. As I just mentioned, not a whole lot is going to happen at the CPUC between now and December, but this is sort of a different advocacy strategy. The brief is in the proceeding, it's on the record, but then sending a letter like this to, that's kind of high profile, to the governor as well as commissioners. This is another strategy that is taken. Actually, the day after reply briefs came out, the Affordable Clean Energy Coalition, which includes a wide range of parties, including utilities, sent a letter indicating their support for NEM changes. And when I say support for NEM changes, I would say that's a very not solar friendly approach. And so anyways, the CAC voted at their last meeting that the board send a letter indicating support for a strong NEM 3.0 outcome, which would be supportive of rooftop solar, and staff is supportive of the CAC recommendation to send that letter, which is included in the agenda packet. And I'll just add that I have talked to some other CCAs who might be interested in signing on to our letter. And so my only ask would be that the board allow me to edit the letter slightly if needed to include other CCAs who might want to sign on to the letter before we send it. And
Right.
and sorry, Chair, just one more thing. Since it is a CAC item, I wanted to see if you might want to invite someone from the CAC to discuss this item at all.
Sure. Do we have anybody? Is Chair Price still with us? Or
Yes, he is.
right.
Did you want me to unmute him?
Sure.
Eddie, you've been unmuted, or you're allowed to talk. You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm not used to being allowed to talk. I normally just talk. Thank you. Yes, we sent a letter up to the board to look at, to determine whether or not you want to become part of this. We really believe it's extremely serious. And I like the fact that the young lady said this is another way to do stuff, because we need to do stuff in a new way. So that's kind of all I wanted to say. We sincerely wish you sign on to this letter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Price. All right. And thank you to the Community Advisory Committee for looking at this item and also putting forth the letter for us. This is good. I think it's a great letter. So Laura, correct me if I'm wrong. So this letter would not end up in the proceeding, in the docket or in the record of the proceeding. This is more a different strategy than that.
That is correct, but what we would do is, so it wouldn't get filed at the CPUC the way that a brief gets filed, but what we would do is we would copy the service list when we sent it out. So at the CPUC, you file documents and those are docketed, and that's like, the opening briefs and those different more formal procedure steps. But for example, the Affordable Clean Energy Coalition letter that was sent to CPUC commissioners, and the whole service list, so everyone who's listed to get items in that proceeding would be copied on it.
All right. All right. Well, any questions from the board? Any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have quite a few. Would you like me to read the emailed public comments prior to the hands raised?
Let's go to the hands raised.
Okay. Our first hands raised is Joyce Lane. Joyce, I have allowed you to talk and you should be able to unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Joyce Lane, and I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. And I'm here today to urge you to approve the letter crafted by the Community Advisory Committee regarding a strong net metering program at the CPUC. And if you can get other community choice energy programs to sign on to the letter, I think that would be great. Rooftop solar is a critical component to reaching an equitable and sustainable 100% clean energy future and meeting your member city's climate action plan goals. We need a local resilient clean energy resources like rooftop solar to protect and climate proof our energy systems as we experience more frequent climate disasters. San Diego Community Power has taken an important step in becoming involved with the NEM proceeding, and then sending this letter would also send a strong message to the governor and the CPUC that you support rooftop solar and equitable access to clean energy. And we fought to create San Diego Community Power to help bring local rooftop solar and community programs to the region. And what SDG&E is proposing takes that opportunity away. Please vote to support and approve this letter today. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Our next speaker is Matthew Vaskilaskis. Matthew, I have allowed you to talk and you should be able to unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you. Once again, Chair and Directors, this is Matthew Vasilakis with Climate Action Campaign, dialing in to support the net energy metering resolution. Rooftop solar is critical to meeting SDCP's 100% clean energy goal and a key element in many of our region's climate action. Sdcp will stand up to save solar access for future generations. And we ask for your support for this resolution and ask that it be sent as soon as possible. So yes, let's see if we can get some additional sign-ons, but this letter also needs to get out quickly. So thank you for this opportunity, and we urge the board to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next comment is from Karina Gonzalez. Karina, I have allowed you to talk and you should be able to unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Mosca and directors. My name is Karina Gonzalez. I am a Chula Vista resident and also with Hammond Climate Solutions. I was very pleased to see that Sdcp filed a reply brief that rejected high fixed fees for NEM customers, rejected making changes to NEM 1 and NEM 2 customers, and advocated for the growth of solar in communities of concern. I think this was an important first step in becoming involved with the proceeding. However, sending this letter goes a step further to show the state, the governor, and your customers that you support the growth of rooftop solar. As Laura mentioned, a coalition of utilities submitted a similar letter that is very anti-solar, and so we feel it's important to get something pro-solar in front of the CPUC and in front of all of the formal NEM parties. I would love to see other CCEs sign on to this letter if it doesn't significantly delay the submission of this letter. So I urge the board to approve the letter with no additional changes tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from it's a phone number ending in 435. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. If you could please state your name before beginning your comment, that would be appreciated. Thank you. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, directors. My name is Trent Laura, and I work in the city of San Diego. I'm in strong support of the board approving this letter. One of the reasons I was so excited for Sdcp to launch was because I have watched investor-owned utilities continually raise rates and undermine clean energy and rooftop solar. Unfortunately, the changes the utilities are proposing to the net energy metering program are extremely high monthly fees that your customers will not be able to avoid. Sending this letter will send a strong message to the IOUs, CPUC, and other cities that Sdcp rejects the flawed IOU proposals. And I hope that you approve the letter tonight as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Tony Cruz. Tony, I have, oops, I'm sorry. Tony, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, unmuted. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Chair Mosca, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board and staff. My name is Tony Cruz, and I am one of the new public affairs managers for the SDG&E. As you consider this letter today, we just wanted to take a pause and remind you of the equity issue at hand with the cost shift to non-NEM customers. The letter asks to consider the potential impacts to low-income communities like those on care and the fair rates. But we also ask you to consider the impacts caused by the cost shift. It's a cost shift of around $650 million a year, just in SDG&E service territory. For instance, care customers pay about $152 more a year due to NEM. As the program stands currently, people who cannot afford rooftop solar systems subsidize the cost for those who can, and this is unfair. But this shouldn't be seen as a solar versus utility issue. You know, other credible environmental groups like the Natural Resources Defense Council, consumer advocate groups, and community groups are also pushing to update the NEM program. At SDG&E, we continue to be supporters of the solar industry. We are excited to continue partnering with you and with the state of California's efforts on renewable energy implementation. But this inequity that affects our communities of concerns must be fixed. So thank you. We just wanted you to consider this information as you vote on this item today. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes the hands raised. I will now move to the comments that were received via email. Our first one is from Alexa Brybieska. I apologize if I butchered your name. Hello, directors. My name is Alexa Brybieska. I am a Chula Vista resident and a public school teacher. I am so proud that Chula Vista is one of the first cities in the region to offer a community choice energy program to residents ensuring that we are getting clean, renewable energy instead of dirty fossil fuels, which contribute to our climate emergency. I am pleased to see the draft letter standing up for rooftop solar. We need local, resilient, clean energy resources like rooftop solar to protect and climate-proof our energy systems as more frequent climate-related disasters come to pass. As one of the largest community choice energy programs in the state, Sdcp needs to be a leader in standing up against the utilities and let them know that the flawed IOU NEM proposal will take the opportunity of going solar away from Sdcp customers. Please approve the letter today. Thank you. Our next comment is from Gabe Von Welshim. Good evening, Chair Mosca and directors. My name is Gabe Von Welshim, and I am the owner of Aloha Solar Power, a local union solar power company operating out of Encinitas. Rooftop solar is a critical component in meeting our clean energy goals and transitioning away from dirty energy. The utilities attack clean energy solutions because it threatens their profits and allows them to use rooftop solar as a scapegoat as they continually raise our rates. I'm excited for San Diego Community Power to begin offering my community the option of clean, renewable energy. However, if what the utilities have proposed for changes to net metering is approved, solar customers in Sdcp cities will be affected as well. I urge you to approve this net metering letter, which will send a message to the CPUC and to other cities and communities, community choice energy programs that Sdcp rejects the investor-owned utilities proposal and wants to keep solar growing sustainably. Thank you. Our next comment is from Michelle Morgan. Understanding Sdcp has already taken a critical first step in becoming involved with NEM 3.0 proceeding. Sending this letter will send a strong message to Governor Newsom and the CPUC that Sdcp supports rooftop solar and equitable access to clean energy. We fought to create Sdcp to help bring local rooftop solar and community programs to the region, and SDG&E's proposal takes this opportunity away. I urge you to send this letter and join San Diegans in their collective opposition to the IOU's proposal. Our next comment is from David Rosenfeld. Solar Rights Alliance, a nonprofit association of California solar users, strongly supports your proposed letter to Governor Newsom and the CPUC calling for the continued growth of rooftop solar and the protection of net metering. We must focus on getting solar and batteries into the hands of millions of working families, schools, and businesses in the next decade. Doing so could cut $120 billion in electricity costs over the next 30 years, while giving regular people concrete tools to protect themselves from rising electricity bills and blackouts. If we are serious about putting people at the center of the clean energy transition, we must double down on giving them the tools to make it affordable and reliable. Please do not buy the unsubstantiated and debunked talking points promoted by the utilities and their allies. Rooftop solar and batteries benefits all ratepayers, whether or not they have solar, and is the key to reducing inequality while cleaning up the environment. Please join over 350 organizations, community leaders, and elected officials in pushing for the continued and equitable growth of rooftop solar. You will be on the right side of history, and both current Californians and future generations will thank you. Our next comment is from Evelyn Blanco. As someone who works in the rooftop solar industry locally, I have a personal stake in its future. But this is much larger than me. Working in San Diego's communities of concern over the last 10 years, I've seen firsthand the difference rooftop solar makes in families' lives. I have worked with families who had to choose between paying their SDG&E bill and paying for school supplies for their kids. I've watched people grow into promising careers in the solar and clean energy industry. We fought to create San Diego Community Power to help bring local rooftop solar and community programs to the region. What SDG&E is proposing takes the opportunity away. Sdcp has already taken an important first step in becoming involved with the NEM proceeding, and sending this letter will send a strong message to Governor Newsom and the CPUC that Sdcp supports rooftop solar and equitable access to clean energy. Sdcp has the opportunity to be a leader as the second largest CCA in the state. Sending this letter will encourage other cities and CCAs to weigh in and advocate for a strong net metering. We need local, resilient, clean energy resources like rooftop solar for everyone to enjoy the benefits of solar power and solar jobs. I support this letter. Thank you. Our next comment is from Mary Chen. At a time of code red, it is crucial we expand clean renewable energy supplies to combat the climate crisis. the IOUs are proposing increased fees that will adversely affect San Diego Community Power's ability to provide solar rates that will attract more rooftop solar customers. Increasing rather than decreasing rooftop solar further helps the member cities achieve their climate action plans. Governor Newsom and the CPUC needs to hear from Sdcp about its support rooftop solar and affordable access by more disadvantaged communities. For these reasons and so much more, I ask you to vote yes to approve this letter. Thank you. Our next comment is from Shala Ott. Good evening, directors. My name is Shala Ott, and I'm a resident of San Diego. First, I applaud San Diego Community Power for taking a key first step in getting involved with the NEM proceeding. However, sending this letter will send a strong message to Governor Newsom and the CPUC that Sdcp supports rooftop solar and equitable access to clean energy. The discriminatory monthly fees proposed by the utilities cannot be avoided by Sdcp or other community choice programs. So the ideal rates Sdcp wishes to provide to solar customers, one of the main reasons advocates wanted Sdcp to form in the first place, will not be feasible with these changes. Please vote to approve this letter today so rooftop solar can be protected and expand equitably. Thank you. That concludes the written public comments, and we do have one more hand raised. It's Tara Hammond. Tara, I've allowed you to talk, and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Megan. Hello again, Chair Mosca and directors. I'm asking your support on this net metering letter. Protecting rooftop solar and expanding equitable access has been a conversation at every single community advisory committee meeting since April, and we're glad to have this agendized for you tonight. If you approve this letter, Sdcp will be the first CCE in the state to take action, which is exciting to be a statewide leader. And we believe, and now we know from Laura, that it will help other CCEs get involved, which can shape a strong net metering. I wanted to thank Laura for her time on this important proceeding. And I support getting other CCEs to sign on as long as that doesn't delay getting this out. I'd love to see this letter out next week so it can help influence the decision. And as expected, SDG&E brought up equity, which I believe is so disingenuous. Contrary to what SDG&E will tell you, the equities within our rates are not a result of rooftop solar. It's from SDG&E's infrastructure that they get a guaranteed return on investment on and wildfire costs. Those are the number 2 reasons why rates are increasing. SDG&E and Sempra actively support environmental racism in California by pushing fracked gas. If SDG&E or Sempra cared about equity, which their actions regularly show otherwise, they wouldn't have one of the highest rates in the country. They wouldn't be pushing fracked gas that's poisoning air, land, and people. They would have offered community solar projects, on-bill solar financing, and other incentives to make solar and storage more accessible while reducing rates. Just this summer, Vibrant Energy came out with a new study specifying that California ratepayers can save over $120 billion from rooftop solar, which would reduce chances of wildfires, which ratepayers must pay for, and reducing fossil fuel use, which is accelerating the climate crisis and climate injustices. And we know the climate crisis is impacting communities of concern first and worse. So this isn't about equity, this is about profits, but I am happy to ask you tonight to please vote yes on this letter and help stop the climate crisis and climate injustices. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Tara. And that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you, Megan. And thank you to all the speakers. Those were really good comments. And Megan, great job in reading all those comments. We should share that task. We should like divvy up all the emails to read, because that's a big job to have to read all of those. Anyways, let's bring it back to the board for discussion. I do think it's a fair comment that the public has made, that if we can get other CCAs to sign on to this letter, we should do it. But we shouldn't do it in a way that's going to kind of delay it such that it loses its impact. So any other comments or thoughts on this item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the item, Chair.
Do we have a second on that motion by Director Montgomery Stepp? Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Bill Baber.
Dr. Baber, is that motion with the addition of trying to do whatever Laura can do to get other CCAs to sign on to it and but not delay it?
Yes, if that needs to be included, certainly that should be the direction. Yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Kimberly?
Okay, Board Member Baber, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Board Member Montgomery Steppe, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Padilla, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Mosca, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with all directors voting yes.
All right, and we move to item number 6, resolution to approve County of San Diego membership into Sdcp. And this is our COO that's going to present this item, Cody Hooven.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. All right, well, I'll do my best to follow up the favorite. So hopefully it'll be a good item.
You're my favorite too. Everyone's my favorite. I'm just a geek and I like the energy and regulatory stuff.
It's fair. It's fair. Okay, next slide, please. So this item is particularly exciting. It is to adopt a resolution to admit the County of San Diego into membership with Sdcp. So just to refresh your memory on the timeline, so we started discussing with the county back in the spring of this year on potential membership. They had revised their guiding principles and had a lot of questions for us. In June, your board adopted a new member policy just to help with these discussions and give us some parameters for the county and any other members that were considering membership. Also in June, we completed an analysis of county membership presented by Pacific Energy Advisors, and it showed a favorable financial impact of adding the county to our organization. On August 31st, so less than a month ago, the County Board of Supervisors voted to adopt our Joint Powers Authority Agreement and appoint a board member and an alternate to our board. So the next step was what brings us here today, is to consider county membership by your board. So you have a resolution available today to adopt should you choose to do so. Remaining few steps, which somewhat relate to the next item on the agenda, is to consider other members, which I'll talk about again on the next item. And then should you approve the resolution today and accept the county as a member, we will return to your board and most likely in November to approve an amended implementation plan and get that submitted to the California Public Utilities Commission, because if you recall, that has to be submitted by the end of this calendar year in order to serve any new members, communities, starting in 2023. It's a long timeline there. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So just a few key stats about the county. I have reattached the analysis that Pacific Energy Advisors did for them. In case you're interested, it's in the agenda packet for folks to read. But the basics are that it adds approximately 25% to our electricity load, and about 187,000 accounts are added. Net revenues in the first 2 full years of operation or serving them will be 5.9 million and 10.5 estimated, of course. And enrollment would begin again in likely spring of 2023, although we'll have a lot of work to do next year to include their customers into all of our work, basically everything from marketing communications to program development to procurement, of course, for energy. And then, of course, the county board member stated in the resolution, they can be seated beginning in December of this year. Next item, please, or next slide. So then again, there's our resolution. This resolution and adding a new member requires a 2/3 vote of this board. And again, the effective date is December 1st of 2021 for the resolution. Exhibit C and D of the JPA agreement, which relate to annual energy use and voting shares, respectively. Those will be presented to the board in the coming months. And again, that's because we anticipate at least presenting one additional member to your board for consideration. So it makes sense to do all that at once. So just to give you a sense of voting shares, just by adding the county, you see the difference here from having 5 members to 6. I won't go into the lengthy details of voting shares. And just to remind you all that in almost next month makes 2 years of us, this board convening and being in operation, you all have never once actually used this weighted voting, which would enact these voting shares. Next slide, I think. I can't remember if this is the last one or not. Oh, back to the last one, please. So that's it. The recommendation is on the slide there for you all. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Cody? Director Baber?
So Cody, I know the answer, but for the public, when we talk about the county join us, we mean the unincorporated county properties. Any city in the county that's incorporated still joins us or doesn't join us in their own jurisdiction, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not going to, when we staggered our rollout, where we have La Mesa on a different month than Imperial Beach, it doesn't matter because they're not going to be on our 22 rollout anyway. So we're not fitting them into that schedule, right?
That's correct. Because of the CPC rules, we cannot start serving any new members, including the county unincorporated areas, until 2023.
And so with the 5 first members, we rolled out, let's call it the municipal group, and then the commercial group, and then the residential group. Does the county roll out in those 3 stages, or do they all roll out in one giant wave?
We will have to have some discussions with that internally and figure that out. Partly why we staggered our current enrollments is because we're enrolling about 770,000 accounts over these 3 phases that we currently have, and concurrently SDG&E has upgraded their billing systems, so we thought that was a prudent approach, with the county being a lower number, and we'll just have to have some internal discussions and do some planning around procurement and data management and all that to see what the best schedule looks like.
So although I don't represent anybody in the county, I know a lot of those folks, and they say, well, when are we going to get to do this? We tell them what, spring of 2023?
For now, that's a very fair estimate, and I think that'd be the best answer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have a hand raised. Matthew Vasilakis, I have allowed you to talk and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is my last comment for today, I promise. Good evening, Chair Directors. Matthew Vasilakis, Climate Action Campaign, just dialing in to support the item. The county joining SDCP is a momentous occasion, and we really hope the board will support. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no other hands raised at this time.
All right, let's bring it back to the board for discussion. We've had so many milestones over the last couple of years, and this is indeed a milestone that we really need to take a pause and kind of really think about and admire, because this is an important step. We are expanding to include more members. It's just been 5 of us for a while, which is a nice intimate group. But now we're on the precipice of expanding to include the county. So it's exciting to me, and there's so many people that are responsible for this today too. This kind of this movement forward. I mean, we've done our due diligence, we've done all of our feasibility studies. Staff has been, amazing, and our consultants amazing at putting all that together, and then working with county staff, and then all of the advocates that have been advocating, and there's so many people, and our CEO Cody Hubin, I'd like to call out for really helping out with this, and so many other folks. I was at the hearing when the Board of Supervisors was considering whether they should join one CCE or the other. And I was there to speak on our behalf, and Cody was there, and our CFO was there, our CEO was there. And so it was just a really awesome time to showcase our team and everything that we've done so far. And it really is, I mean, there's multiple reasons why I think the county decided to join SDCP, but what we've done over the last 2 years is a testament to kind of just a strong organization, and that's what we presented to them, and that's what they agreed to. So it's just a great moment to kind of think about everything that we're going to achieve in the future with the county on board as well.
Then let me just follow up on that, Joe. Thank you. So many people worked on this, and if we start naming people, we're going to forget people. But even before we formed, we were working on the county, and it took a long time to get here. And there's so many people that make it so, and we're really excited to have them. And it is a big deal. Cody knows I've been calling the county Vermont. because Vermont was the 14th state. And I'm sure the first 13 states had to figure out, hey, how do you let somebody new in here and what are they like, right? And Vermont wandered in and said, yeah, okay, we're on the team now. So there is a transition when there's a founding group and they let their first new member in, and there'll be a little bit of adjustment, but I think we're ready for that. So if you ever hear me jokingly call the county Vermont, that's what the first state into the first new state admitted into the union was Vermont. And I'm excited to have the county, and thank you for everybody's leadership on the board here and our staff for making this happen. And if you're listening from the county, we welcome you joining us.
Vice Chair Padilla, did you have a question?
I can come back to it offline. It's technical, and then I can follow up with staff.
All right, perfect. Director Dina?
Yeah, no, I think it's great. For the smallest city. So I was looking at 1.13%, and it struck me about one of my favorite books as a kid was Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator, the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, where they go to Minus Land. So if we add more cities, are we going to be down to like 0.001% of the vote? I'm just joking, but I don't want to get, I think getting below 1% might not go over well with our constituents. So I just want to watch that number. That's all. As much as I think this is all great. Anyway, hopefully I can interject some levity, but this is a big, for all of us who've grown up in San Diego and have been observers of the county, this is a momentous day in the history of San Diego County. It's a huge day, and I want to thank our supervisors and the staff and their constituents who supported this.
Well said. All right. Is there a motion on this item?
I'll make the motion, and proudly.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, Board Member Baber, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Dedina, how do you vote?
Dedina, aye.
Board Member Montgomery Stepp, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Chair Padilla, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Mosca, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with all directors voting yes.
All right, let's move on to item number 7, new members discussion, National City and Oceanside. And I think Cody's going to take this one as well.
Yes, I'll be taking this one, and I'll hand it off to John from Pacific Energy Advisors to talk about some of the technical details. Hopefully he's on here. I think to follow Director Baber's analogy, I believe we're talking about Kentucky tonight.
Yeah, the 14th state is Kentucky.
Yeah. We also have some late breaking
15th.
late breaking update to this item that happened after the agenda was posted, that Oceanside is no longer considering membership. So I'll just focus on National City despite the title. Next slide, please. Actually, John, I'm sorry, I can't see all the little faces. John, if you're available, I'm going to hand this off to you and I'll just close this out. One thing I will say is National City has been in discussions also with us, and we are presenting the analysis for you tonight. They took a vote earlier this week to direct staff to return to their council with a CCA ordinance, which is, as you all probably recall, the first step to joining a CCA of some sort, and also to bring back our JPA amendment for approval at one of their next meetings in October. So John, go ahead. You can talk about the rest here.
Okay. Thank you, Cody. So the assessment that we did is very similar in approach to what we did for San Diego County. So for National City, the numbers are quite a bit smaller. There's potentially about a little over 19,000 new customers in the area that are currently bundled service customers of SDG&E. So this would be about a 3% increase in total energy requirements. And you can kind of get a sense of the scale with the bar charts to the right showing the current customer base. And this is, without the county. So, the current Sdcp versus, what the customer counts and energy consumption is for National City. So like I said, about 19,000 customers, peak demand of 42 megawatts, and a couple 100,000 megawatt hours per year of energy consumption. The customer base is pretty predominantly commercial, which is actually a positive thing when it comes to the economics. A little bit more percentage-wise commercial load relative to residential. So kind of interesting city. We can go to the next slide, please. So some of the key assumptions, earliest, as Cody mentioned, the earliest start date would be January of 2023 per the CPUC's timeline. We looked at some alternative dates in enrollment months and really found that delaying it a little bit would be better from a financial perspective. And so the study was done based on an assumed April enrollment timeline. The actual plan will be refined, whether it's broken up into multiple phases or whatnot. But for planning purposes, we've assumed April of 2023 for all these customers. The sales forecast is based on historical data provided by Sdcp, and we've used, we think, a fairly conservative assumption that 10% of the customers would opt out. Your opt-out experience to date is much lower than that. But this is the assumption that we use. In terms of revenue, we have assumed a continuation of current Sdcp rates, so no change in rates. And then on the cost side, of course, you would have incremental cost for power supply, and then some additional the other variable costs related to customer billing and service fees from the utility. So those have all been taken into account. We based the power supply cost numbers on current market prices for forward delivery. So those are all current. If we move to the next slide, please. Get to the results. So we're showing 3 fiscal years here. The fiscal year ending 2023 is really just 3 months, right? So it's April, May, and June of 23. That's why the numbers are quite low. So maybe we could focus on the second year, the first full year, which would be fiscal year ending 2024. So about incremental revenues of 16.8 million at current Sdcp rates. Power supply costs are expected to go up by about 14.9 million. And then those other variable costs I mentioned are relatively small at about $400,000. So if you look at the projected margin, contribution to your reserves, it's positive, about 1.5 million, ranges, so somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million over time. And then, I think that's pretty much it. So we're projecting positive financial impact across the board, even in the first fiscal year. Power markets is I think we're all aware are quite volatile. So there is the chance that if power costs were to increase before the power is purchased, that these results could change. We did in the written memo, the summary of our analysis, we did include some probability ranges, and with reasonable sort of expected ranges, the results were range from what I'd say is strongly positive to modestly negative in kind of an adverse case. So there's more information in the staff report, I believe, on that. If we go to the next slide, I think, just to wrap it up. So we are projecting positive fiscal impacts under our base case assumptions, our best assumptions for the likely outcome. I mentioned the market volatility and the caveats around that. And then, it's a relatively small increase in resource acquisition, like I said, a roughly 3% increase in load, obviously dwarfed by the county expansion. But when you take them together, we just want to reiterate the importance of coordinating with SDG&E to make sure that there's an efficient transfer of resources, particularly with resource adequacy and long-term renewable energy. We want to make sure that the excess resources in their portfolio are made available to SDCP. So I think early conversations with the utility will be strongly advised. That's about it.
All right, John, thank you so much. Cody or Bill, are we coordinating meetings with SDG&E to talk about this expansion? I assume that the conversation's already being had.
Yeah, we meet with them extensively every week on a variety of topics, and this is definitely one of them. I believe there's one slide too, please. Yeah, thank you. So just to close out the next steps, so National City will present the ordinance and the JP agreement to their city council, either the 15th or the 19th of October. And then we will return to your board with a resolution approving their membership if you all continue to move forward in this. So the recommendation is there for you, which is approve this analysis and direct us to move forward with National City.
All right, any questions or feedback on this analysis? Director Baber?
Cody or whoever wants to analyze this, when we were talking with the National City, they had a bigger industrial base than certainly than La Mesa. What percentage of their load do we consider residential and what percentage do we consider commercial?
John, do you have that on hand?
Yeah, I think if we go back a few slides, one thing that to know about that city is there's a lot of load that is in the city but not served by SDG&E, and I assume it's around the docks or the bay.
Yeah.
And so that's not part of this assessment. So I think, there is more load there, but since it's either direct access or on some other special contract, we're assuming it's not available to SDCP.
Yeah, that was one of the issues when we first started talking to National City, which was the port tenant folks, would they direct access or not? And would they be, could we pitch it to them? Would they consider joining us? Unlike La Mesa that doesn't have anywhere near the direct access folks at National City, it was a different issue. What other analysis did you do on that?
Well, so we started with the entirety of the load, and we removed the load that is direct access, and we did have a conversation with SDCP staff because it was a large proportion. And there are certain sort of customer confidentiality rules that preclude me from going into specifics on how much, but it was much larger than you typically see. And so I think with that scenario, there is an opportunity to serve it, but it's not part of the normal sort of opt-out process. I think that would be more of a individual conversation with those customers and see what kind of contracts are they on, when might those term out, when might they want to be served by SDCP. So I think there's a growth opportunity there, but I wouldn't assume that it's part of the program in April 23.
It would require our staff on a sort of a business by business basis to have a discussion about what we can offer them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was interesting when I looked at it and thinking that they're similar in size to a La Mesa and even to an Encinitas. But I thought that their commercial and industrial base was larger. And so, when you look at, for instance, up in Los Angeles and you look at Clean Power Alliance and what that means in terms of their energy load is through the roof when they have so many C&I customers. And so I would have thought that it would have been larger because here it's actually very similar in terms of just overall load. I mean, I'm sure that the profile of load is different than other cities, but it was very similar in terms of just the overall load as a La Mesa or Encinitas in terms of just being like 3%. But it sounds prudent that we wouldn't basically if they're not getting their energy from SDG&E, that we wouldn't include them in our analysis. But as John said, that they would essentially be potential expansion opportunities in the future. Though I'm not sure, we don't have to get into it today, but I'm not sure about how long direct access lasts for. whether you can offer them something that's better than what they're receiving already. But anyways, that's neither here or there. All right, any other questions for John on this analysis? Do we have any, Megan or Kimberly, do we have any public comment on item number 7?
There's no written public comments and no hands raised.
All right, so it was review and approve analysis, and you're asking for a motion to approve this, or just feedback?
I'd actually look to Ryan. I think feedback is fine for me as long as that's okay with you.
Yeah, I think in this case, the board can give informal direction to staff.
It looks like solid analysis to me. And thank you for the analysis. That's my feedback. And then I guess you'll, depending on what happens at National City, you'll be back on this item. All right, any other feedback for staff? All right, let's move to item number 8, which is employee handbook update, and that's Cody. Cody, you're on a roll here. I got several items.
I'm on a streak tonight. Okay, great. So this one, if you recall, came up at the last board meeting where you all had some requests of us. So we have an employee handbook, being a new organization, it's ever evolving, and able to be approved by Bill, our CEO. So this is really a receive and file item for you, but we wanted to bring it to your attention because of the request received by the board to have a COVID-19 vaccination policy. Next slide, please. So it has general sections and topics that you would expect in an employee handbook. We took the opportunity to make some updates to some of the other sections while we were updating it. So you'll see the typical categories here that you're probably familiar with: employee conduct, harassment, grievance procedures, leave, remote work, which that might be a bit of a newer one. And then again, the COVID-19 vaccination policy per the board's request. Next slide, please. So just some highlights. It's not that long, so this covers most of it in the handbook, which is attached for you all, becoming quite a lengthy document for us. The vaccination policy requires all employees to report vaccination status by November 15th of this year. And employees must certify that they're either vaccinated fully, or if they're unvaccinated, that they're seeking an exemption due to medical reasons or sincerely held religious beliefs. And if the exemption is granted, the employee would be required to wear a face mask when indoors or in vehicles, shared spaces, and tested weekly, which we will be developing that process eventually. So that's the extent of it. We just wanted to draw your attention to that because that was of interest to your board. We've shared this all with all of our staff, and I believe we haven't heard anything but positive feedback on this. And this requires, again, no action, just an update for the board.
All right, thank you, Cody. Any questions on this? I think Director Tadina had asked for this item, with all of us consenting to it. I don't know if you have any questions on it.
I'm not sure if you're talking to me or.
Yeah, you had, I mean,
no.
This was an item that was brought forth,
Yeah.
I think that you had made mention. And so this is, so we have it. We have a COVID policy, and just want to make sure that if you had any questions on it.
No, I appreciate it. I wish we had been like, I think it's Del Mar that have a lot stronger policies. Our city, my city council didn't want to do that, which I was. Our city, many of our employees have very low vaccination rates, our public safety, which I find shocking and unacceptable, but that's politics in America. So I hope we can be a lot better than a lot of cities and a lot of organizations. I would hope that, we embrace science and public health and do the right thing. So I do appreciate it.
All right. Any public comment on this item?
There are no written public comments and no hands raised.
Perfect. All right. This is a receive and file, so we will do that. Thank you, Cody, for presenting, and thank you to staff and Cody for putting that all together. Let's move to item number 9, energy programs and discussion overview, and that's Nelson Lamelli.
I'm just going to introduce him quickly, and then I promise I'll be done after this, I think. So we're excited about this topic. Aside from offering cleaner energy to our customers, this is one of the best kind of value adds we can bring to customers as talking about energy programs. So Nelson is also possibly more excited than I am about talking through this. And we're really trying to achieve a couple of things. Implementing a few programs now while we have still a very small staff team and have a lot of other things moving, and concurrently to implementing a few early action programs, I'd call them, looking longer term, how do we do an assessment to understand what our communities that we serve want to see in energy programming, and think about the different options there and plan those out over time. So with that, I will hand it over to Nelson, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cody, and thank you, the board. So I'm here to talk to you about our approach to programs and also just provide an update on how we're approaching programs and prioritizing programs within this next fiscal year, and also looking out into the horizon. So if we go to the next slide, what this slide shows you is some of the programs that we are considering in our approach and what we're thinking about. So this is by no means an extensive list. I don't expect you all to read this and get it on the one hand, because we will be walking through this. So if you go to the next slide. So when we talk about programs, I like to break them up into a couple of buckets. So what you see here says phase 3 programs, but really what I think about them is early implementation programs. So these are programs that are necessary to implement in order for us to serve customers, or were previously adopted by you all, the board. So this includes the net energy metering program that the board adopted back in, I believe it was May or June. So this program, again, is to support customers who have installed on-site generation, in many cases, solar systems. And the board did adopt this program. They adopted a policy for this program. But like anything, the devil's in the details. So we want to make sure that we do an excellent job in the implementation of this program to ensure that the more than 90 customers that have on-site generation, yes, are served adequately by Sdcp. The other program that I will skip down to the bottom and talk about the Renewable Energy Self-Generation Bill Credit Transfer, or RESBCT. And if you don't sing the song, I'm sorry. But what this program does, it allows local governments, and I will say it's only open to local governments. So it's not open to commercial customers or industrial customers, only to local governments. But it allows them to install one energy system, a pretty large energy system, and share the bill credits that system generates across multiple accounts. And so we need to stand this program up in order to enroll the customers that have these systems installed at the moment, and make sure that they transition over to our service adequately and with enough time. The last one that is in the early implementation programs is the feed-in tariff program, which the board did adopt back in January. So what this does is it's a energy purchasing program, and essentially it creates a market in the San Diego region in our service territory that did not exist before. So what this does, it sets the rules and the price for the purchase of local small-scale wholesale electricity within our service territory. The board did adopt this back, like I said, back in January, and we want to make sure that we launch this program as soon as possible, now that we have more staff on board and we can make this program possible. So this is what I call the early implementation programs, or phase 3 programs, because we need to get those underway by the time we start serving customers in phase 3. So if we go to the next one, now we can talk about low income programs. And Chair, I think I'll defer to you. Do you want me to stop in between each of these buckets and answer any questions, or do you want me to just continue with the presentation?
If anyone has any questions, they can shout out. We can continue on. Oh, Director Baber has a question. You're on mute.
On the RESBCT, the school district that I served for 11 years, we had 21 sites, 8 in La Mesa, 12 in the county, 1 in El Cajon. I'm assuming this means if 1 or 2 or 3 of their sites can generate, it allows them to offset the credit on a different school that they can't generate. Would they qualify for that?
I believe they would, yes. So it would only be for the generation component. So it would only be for what we do. And that's true across all the utilities. It wouldn't be for the distribution side, but I believe that is possible, yes.
Okay, because I think to enroll school districts in there, this is a very good program since their sites are scattered.
Correct, yes. And I will say one of the things that we did with phase 3 is we deferred all of these more complicated accounts to phase 3. So while it is the residential, it doesn't include everyone else.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know if there are any more hands. I don't see any. So I think I'm going to move on to talk about programs that are for our low income customers. So we are actively working on these programs as we speak. I'll talk about both of these. This is the Disadvantaged Communities Green Tariff, or what we refer internally as DACGT, because we love our acronyms, and Community Solar Green Tariff, or CSGT. So I'll start with DACGT. So this is a California Public Utilities Commission funded program that provides low-income customers that are enrolled in one of 2 programs, the California Alternative Rates for Energy, or CARE, or the Family Electric Rate Assistance Program, FARA, and are living within what the state defines as a disadvantaged community. So there is a map out there that defines what is a disadvantaged community. It allows these customers to receive 100% renewable energy with a 20% discount on their bill. So we are actively pursuing an allocation from the CPUC, and we are going to be filing an advice letter pretty soon to get an allocation so that we can implement this program and provide our customers, our low-income customers, with 100% renewable and a 20% discount. So the other program manager, Sebastian Sadia, has been working on this and working as well with our regulatory team to file this advice letter. Alongside of this program, because they kind of come to both hand in hand, is a Community Solar Green Tariff program. And what this does, it's another CPUC funded program. But this allows residential customers that live, again, within a disadvantaged community to benefit from a local solar project and also receive a 20% discount. So essentially, it's like a form of community solar. What this program requires is that a solar project be built within the disadvantaged community and within 5 miles of where the benefiting customers are living. So this provides the benefiting customers a sense of ownership in the solar project. And one way that the CPUC wants to ensure that that is happening is to require that a community sponsor or essentially a community partner, an NGO, a nonprofit organization, help ensure that the community is interested and that there is community engagement as this project is built out. So these are the 2 programs that we are actively pursuing at the moment. And these take a little bit more time because we have to work through the CPUC, but we are working on those as well. So I will stop to see if there are any questions with that. If not, I will continue on to the next slide. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So the next one is partnership with our member agencies. And notice that we said member agencies and not member cities because of what we just did. So this is working through the local government commission to provide energy-related workshops to our member agencies, to the staff of our member agencies. As well, the local government commission, through a contract that we have with our back office provider, will be providing governmental assistance. And what governmental assistance means is like helping them with permits, helping them with streamlining the permit process, providing them with templates for any kind of code or anything that the government agency, the member agency needs. To supplement that, we also want to do what we're internally calling the member agency funding pilot. And so again, this is a pilot project, and what this is to support energy-related technical assistance work by the member agency. And so what this is going to be doing is, okay, the local government commission is doing this kind of work. If there is something that maybe falls out of that scope, maybe we can support that as well. So that is what we're doing in partnership with our member agencies. And then if we go to the next slide, what I call the looking ahead, and this is the part that I am really excited about. So we're approaching doing a community power plan. And this name was given to us by a committee member, Matthew Vasilakis. So thank you for that. And what the community power plan would do is it would conduct an assessment of our community, conduct an assessment that will guide the development of renewable energy, decarbonization strategies, workforce development, and program strategy of how to address that. So the way we're approaching this is, instead of us dictating what is best for the community, because we all know that's not the right approach, is actually going to the community and asking, what are your needs? What are the program gaps that exist? And what can we do to address those gaps? And so we want to engage in this community power plan and drafting this community power plan that will look out for the next 3 to 5 years and really serve as a guide for our decision making into the future, and really tell us like the type of programs that our customers want to see. And we think that this would be a phenomenal document to have, as it will provide us with programs, give us ideas for programs that will have larger community input and buy-in and be more successful. So this is coming on in the horizon and coming up pretty soon, where I'm actively working on a scope of work for this. And then
Nelson, that would be, I agree that would really be a useful tool to understand what the communities see as their needs and where the gaps are and how we can be most effective. I thought maybe a year or so ago, I remember talking about a contract that we had, and maybe Cody remembers, we had contractually, we'd enter into a contract with an entity to help us out with this. Was that Calpine or another entity? And are they going to be still kind of in the loop and related to this?
Yeah, that's a good memory. Yeah, part of Calpine's contract is to help support development of this plan, really from just a funding standpoint. So we control the scope and the outcome and all the work. It's just they'll fund it as part of our deal with them.
Yeah, I remember when maybe it was you that somebody presented it, and I thought it was a phenomenal tool at that time. And so glad that we're actually moving on that.
Yeah.
Yes, and we are taking inspiration from the 2 documents you see there, the local development business plan from East Bay Community Energy and the local programs for clean energy future from Clean Power Alliance. And if we go on to the next one, what I called on the horizon programs. So these are programs that are a lot more work intensive. They are long-term programs and will take a lot more strategy behind. So the first one is elect to administer. And so this is the least administratively burdensome method of accessing CPUC funds to administer energy efficiency work. So we are have been actively evaluating the funding amounts that may be potentially available. The downside to this method is that the bucket of which funding from this comes from has been shrinking every single year. You may have heard that from your cities. This funding comes from that bucket as well. So we are trying to evaluate what is the potential funding available, what can we offer with the available funding, and how do we make our program offerings cost effective. So these funds would be for energy efficiency programs. And because they're CPUC funding, they have restrictive cost effectiveness requirements that make it really difficult to implement programs in general. So we are looking at this because this is funding that's available out there, and we'll be looking to how we can access those. When we were discussing the elect to administer process with other CCAs, they actually, and with consultants, they actually let us know that there is a third method for accessing energy efficiency funds, and that is through a regional energy network. San Diego does not have one. The San Diego region does not have one, but there are a number of regional energy networks, or what they're called RANs, throughout the state. So I believe that the biggest might be BayREN, the Bay Area Regional Energy Network. And what ends up happening with a REN, a renewable energy network, is that they are purposely designed to access CPUC funds to conduct energy efficiency work. And the benefit to them is that they are not actively subjected to those cost effectiveness restrictions that other programs are. The downside to this is that it requires at least two public agencies to form one, and they can be difficult to form. I believe Cody was working on forming one before she took on the easier task of doing San Diego Community Power. But we are actively evaluating a regional energy network for the region, of which we would be able to supplement some of the programs that they would be able to do. So it wouldn't be an either or. We could partner together to supplement programs as has been done in the Bay Area. And so with that concludes my staff report. I've talked a lot. So I'm looking forward to discussing with you all. I welcome any and all input and feedback you may have. And again, this is just an update on what we've been thinking about, the way we've been prioritizing our approach to programs, while we also work on launching phase 3. And so we will be back to you all as we develop more programs and get those programs approved.
Great, thank you, Nelson. Great presentation. From my perspective, it really is advancing those programs that are necessary for us to launch, necessary to make sure that we're not leaving behind anybody in this transition to 100% renewable energy. My community is very passionate about distributed generation, so anything that we can do to kind of inspire, to incentivize that those type of devices, battery storage, those are the things that we've been talking about, and so certainly more programs around that are great. So. And I certainly think that the power plan that you presented would be helpful, extremely helpful as we're planning for the future. Anybody have questions for Nelson or any feedback? Mr. Baber, Director Baber, what type of programs would be useful for La Mesa?
I'm good. I think I like what we talked about earlier, that you can you can have generation on one site and spread it to your other locations. That would be good. I think that's, I also like the fact that it would help folks access CPUC funds. Because there's funds out there, but are difficult to use. So I'm good. This is a great program. I'm looking forward to it.
Anybody else? Do we have any public comment on item number 9?
There is no written public comment and there are no hands raised at this time.
All right, well, that's it's a receive and file. So thank you, Nelson. And we will receive and file that and look forward to your future presentations on the power plan. Let's move to item number 10, back office matrix and dashboard monthly update. And that is Lucas.
Good evening, Chair Mosca and the directors. Hello. So I'm actually going to give an overview of 3 main things that we've been working on for the past month. The biggest of which being our phase 3 enrollment planning. followed by obviously tracking our opt actions, including opt-outs, opt-ups to Power 100, and opt-downs from Power 100 to Power On for the city of Encinitas. And then last but not least, cover the metrics associated with our contact center for the month. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thanks. So for phase 3 enrollment planning, I'm actually happy to report to the board that we had a very constructive call with SDG&E and Calpine last Thursday to just talk through phase 1 and 2, what went well from a people, process, and systems perspective, what we actually all learned from the experience, and what can we do better as we look to go forward for phase 3 to ensure a successful and seamless enrollment phase. And out of that discussion, we came up with 5 shared goals and objectives that you can see on the right-hand side. And obviously, the biggest goal that essentially covers all the other 4 is the last one, talking about the ongoing data and information sharing to ensure operational success and customer benefits. So for this one, it's actually the cornerstone of our shared goal and objective, simply because ongoing data delivery that is accurate and timely is a necessity for us to be able to do our load forecast correctly, obviously plan our procurement strategy, being in a better position to look at exploring offering DER programs, which obviously assist in grid resiliency and serve customers, generally speaking. So right now, unfortunately, the data flow has to wait until the conclusion of the billing cycle, which obviously is anywhere between 28 to 32 days after power flow, which is not really timely enough. However, we have received great support from SDG&E on this item, wherein they're looking at leveraging the framework that exists for their green button data to be able to be circulated or shared with us en masse at some point in the near future. But again, I mean, with it being such a significant IT redesign of their new billing platform, I mean, we don't have an ETA articulated yet, but we did initiate the conversation with them last week, and we will be having additional discussions alongside with Calpine in the coming 2 weeks. So we'll provide a better update to the board during the October session, in hopes that we can create a framework that exists on the PG&E side to exist here in our region going forward. I'll stop here, see if there are any questions with regards to our phase 3 enrollment planning. Hearing none. Moving over to the next item pertinent to our opt actions. So this chart that you see actually tracks our opt-out on a monthly cadence. Again, the month of May was an outlier for the most part, simply because customers were wanting to opt out prior to the commencement of phase 2. And the large, or rather the significant opt-outs that you see in May were driven primarily by one single customer who happened to have over 600 accounts. For this customer in particular, staff made all attempts to reach out to explain our value proposition and the benefits of being served on our service. But unfortunately, the decision was made at their corporate level to opt out of CCA service in our region, which was most unfortunate. So again, the opt-outs, as you can see, have steadily remained, I wouldn't say, I think they're pretty steady from May going forward, which is definitely where we want to be. And again, we're actively tracking opt-outs, and we've been successful in actually getting customers to reconsider opting out after they'd already processed an opt-out within the allowable rescission window. And again, we will definitely continue to track opt-outs pertinent to phase 1 and 2, and then certainly separate from phase 3 when we get to February 2022 going forward.
Lucas, can you talk at all, whatever you can share with us about when you get information about, well, these customers, were specific to these customers, these are big commercial industrial customers, right?
They are.
Yeah.
Some of them are rather, because some of them are large and some are not. The one customer in particular driving our May opt-outs, it was one large customer who happens to have multiple locations in the region, and those locations were small, but obviously aggregated together, 600 accounts were a little 600 accounts opted out, translating to, if I remember correctly, around 0.5% of the load opted out so far.
So with the fewer but bigger customers, so when you get notice that they are deciding to opt out, we have account representatives that can contact them within a certain period of time and talk to them about what Sdcp offers them?
That is correct, Chair Mosca. So we do have a dedicated team, obviously Lee and myself, alongside our Calpine folks and the Contact Center, where we can give these customers callbacks or call out, talk about the value proposition, do the bill comparison analysis, which for the most part usually helps for the ones that we've been able to retain back into our service, when they see the value proposition that is laid out to them, alongside with the benefits of getting a superior product that's less expensive than the base bundle product. I think that actually has helped us being able to articulate the value proposition that these customers would otherwise gain by being on our service.
So really briefly, they're business customers, and it seems to me that conversation, that reach out, how do you replicate that with the next phase, which is going to be very, very different, and it's going to be even logistically harder to reach out to the number, just the vast numbers of people that will be phased into the program. So is there a way to replicate that? You really aren't replicating it, but is there a way to replicate that kind of touch that we have with the C&I customers moving forward into the residential customers?
Yes, there actually is, and that's something that staff has been working on as far as strategizing on what our phase 3 messaging and outreach efforts would look like. Obviously, the one thing that we're doing now is hiring. Pretty sure you've seen Rita, who is our new Director of External Affairs. We're hiring additional account services analysts, as well as staffing up for the Contact Center in anticipation of the large phase 3. We're also going to be putting up a strategy center around social media, because again, unlike the C&I phase, with residential phase, there will be a lot of chatter on social media, and quite frankly, perhaps a few misinformation channels out there that we'll have to get in front of. So those are some of the things that we're working on right now, and we can definitely provide a better strategy overview during the next board meeting.
Great.
Thank you, Chair. Moving over to the next slide, please. So this chart right here actually captures the opt-outs based upon the member cities. As you can see, the bulk of the opt-outs are occurring with the city of San Diego, but that's actually correlating to the fact that the majority of the accounts are concentrated in the city of San Diego. So we wanted to show you what that looks like. City of Chula Vista also has quite a few, or has had quite a few opt-outs, again, driven by that one large customer who had over 600 locations. Some of, I would say, a good size of those accounts were actually located in Chula Vista and City of San Diego. But again, generally speaking, after May, which was an outlier for the most part, the opt-outs have since steady, which is what we want. And again, we're keeping a very close eye on this metric and then doing all that we can to ensure that our opt-outs are low. And quite honestly, comparing our opt-outs to other CCAs in Southern California, I do think we are where we want to be. Where other CCAs have participation rates anywhere between 90 to 95%. Our participation rate as of right now stands at over 98%, which is definitely where we want to be. Moving over to the next slide, please. So this chart here actually tracks our participation rate based on accounts, or rather number of accounts. We're tracking, how many accounts are eligible for our service, how many are currently active or actively served by us, and how many have actually opted out. And the participation rate by cities obviously is over 95%. I think the lowest is at 97.14 for City of La Mesa. But again, cumulatively speaking, we are at 98.23 from a count perspective. And then the most important correlating factor there being, what is our participation rate looking like from a load perspective? And that one is at 97.21. So a little under 1% lower than our participation rate based on accounts count, which is, again, I think where we want to be for the most part relative to other CCAs in our region. I'll stop here, see if there are any questions or comments from anybody.
Is there any reason to believe that the opt-out rate is going to be different with the municipal and quasi-municipal and C&I accounts as opposed to the residential?
Yes, I think if anything, the trends that we've noticed in other CCAs that have had a phase-in, I think one that comes to mind is Clean Power Alliance in Los Angeles County and Ventura counties, respectively. They did something similar to what we're doing here within our region, where they had municipal accounts go first, and then I think 8 months later did their residential enrollment. And what they did see there is that the opt-outs for residential phase were actually higher. Again, there's a lot of information, quite honestly, misinformation within the residential block typically. And that is the reason why it is absolutely important and necessary for us to create a social media strategy geared towards our phase 3 enrollment, which is what we're working on right now, along with planning for everything pertinent to phase 3, quite honestly. And so, if anything, if what we saw in CPA is true for our region, and by region I mean Southern California, more than likely we should expect to see opt-out rates that are slightly higher in our phase 3 relative to our CNI phase 1 and 2.
Great. Well, not great, but good that that's something we're recognizing and that we're coming up with strategies, working with our communications folks, as I completely agree about strategy and social media strategy and communication strategy, and doing learning from what we're doing now, and whatever can be extrapolated to be applied to the third phase, but also making sure we're doing as much as possible to reach out to folks and combat any communication, mismessaging, and be out there.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, our team will be at the EchoFest this Sunday. starting our in-person engagement efforts with within the communities that we actually serve, and
Good.
that will continue for obviously throughout phase 3 and beyond. And again, I mean, I think part of what we'll be attempting to do robustly, and obviously we would request every one of you to also help us out with, is to be out there talking to our communities and letting them know who we are, what benefits we offer, and obviously, you know, the superior product that they'll be getting by being served by us.
And if I could just sneak in on Lucas's item real quick to emphasize, you thankfully mentioned it for us, Lucas, but Rita De La Fuente, this is her first week with us, our Director of External Affairs. So you'll start to see her face more often, and she's going to be part of this team to address all the things you just talked about, Joe, and just making sure that our messaging and everything is cohesive with the team in the back office and the accounts and all the things we're doing together. So we're pretty excited to have her added to this strategy.
And even connected to what Lucas was saying, having Rita and other folks that are on the team kind of connecting, you know, the Bill Babers, you know, when you're in La Mesa, and other folks into that, connect them in so that they're also helping us when we're out in the community. Monica's gonna have a really hard time since San Diego's so large. She's gonna have to be all over the place.
I will solicit help.
That's greatly appreciated.
Also, our community advisory committee. We should be tapping them to help out as well.
Absolutely. I think for our upcoming phase 3, it's going to take an all hands on deck approach. And so we're definitely very excited for 2022 to get here. And again, you know, we will be in the communities talking to our customers directly, and definitely we could use all of your help to get the word out.
Great.
Moving over to the next slide, please. So this is just a graphical representation of our participation rates by member cities. Again, you know, it's relatively speaking, this is where we want to be, and we will definitely be tracking our opt-outs very closely for all phases going forward. Over to the next slide, please. So this chart here actually tracks our opt-ups to Power 100 by month. As you can see, the month of June was exceptional in terms of the number of opt-ups process. And again, this was a function of all of our member cities opting up their accounts in June. So again, thankful to all of our city partners for their commitment towards a greener, cleaner future going forward. And again, you know, the opt-ups have since tapered off, but we are contemplating doing an opt-up month campaign to just drum up support for other CNI customers that we currently have to essentially see the benefit of opting up. And at this point in time, we're targeting next month being the opt-up month. But again, you know, those plans haven't been finalized. Once they are, we'll definitely share those with the board accordingly. Over to the next slide, please. So this chart summarizes the opt-ups to Power 100 based on member cities. As you can see, the bulk of the opt-ups, again, you know, proportional to the number of accounts served, seems to be a little higher in the city of San Diego, followed by the city of Chula Vista, obviously following the trajectory, or rather the process of the representation of how many accounts exist in those cities. Over to the next slide. And then last but not least, just wanted to provide the board overview of our contact center metrics. So this chart here tracks the number of calls that our contact center has received month over month since April, and obviously how we're doing in terms of how many minutes it actually takes for a customer interaction with our member of our contact center. Anywhere between, I would say, 7 to 8 minutes, generally speaking. And again, the biggest topic that we are seeing at the contact center is bill comparisons. You know, how am I doing in Sdcp's service relative to bundle service? And for this, you know, we obviously have an online bill comparison tool for our commercial and industrial customers. And we are in the process of actually developing a residential tool that will be ready no later than the first week of December, to coincide with when our first pre-enrollment notices will actually go out to our phase 2 customers. And with that, that actually concludes the presentation that I have for the board. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might all have.
Thank you, Lucas. Excellent presentation. Any questions for Lucas? Do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no written public comments and no hands raised at this time.
All right. Well, thank you, Lucas. This is a receive and file, so won't take any action. So we'll just receive it and file. Thank you, Lucas, and look forward to your presentation next month. Thank you. All right. Item number 11, Power Resources Monthly Update, and that's Byron. You're up.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I heard a lot of talk earlier about favorites, but I think we all know the phrase is best for last, so I'm not sure why that's even being discussed. Laura, we can thumb wrestle later, maybe, or something for the gold belt. Anyway, all kidding aside, I hope this isn't too anticlimactic. I know in the past I've been the anchor here, so to speak, with some big items. Nothing especially this month, but so some updates. Just want to provide a few updates, and happy to answer any questions with kind of what's going on the procurement side and in the market. So I'll provide those here, but again, hope to realize it's already after 7 o'clock and hope to get everyone home, or at least to the dinner table here before too long. So I think first up, we have Kimberly. There might be, or whoever's controlling the slides, there might be a couple bullets on the next slide. There we go. Thank you. But the market update, I think I opened my mouth just in time last month. I think I said it had been a calm summer. We hadn't seen too much activity in the market, but we weren't out of the woods yet. The update, of course, is that within within a week of me saying that, we got a heat wave and saw some activity in the market. Again, we're well positioned. We're keeping an active eye or a watchful eye on the market. So no reason to be concerned there, but it certainly has. We've been spending a little bit of time the first couple weeks of September. We saw some heat. We saw some gas pipeline events that caused a little bit of volatility in the California markets as well. So some spiciness in there, but again, nothing we can't handle. But just wanted to call myself out more than anything for saying we're in the clear when in fact we weren't. So I think that's really what we've seen in the market. Again, we are seeing forward prices tick up a little bit kind of for the balance of the year. But kind of on that gas news, but nothing again we can't handle, and again we're well hedged and well positioned through the balance of this year. I'll keep moving down. Feel free to either I can take questions at the end, or if there's anything comes up, feel free to raise a hand or to shout out. On the renewable energy side of things, I think we still have one long-term PPA. I think that we're hoping to wrap up here actually before too long. So I hope to have good news for you all and a PPA to review next month. Again, it'll either be next month or the month after. We're targeting next month. In addition to that, we also have the NEM, the feed-in tariff, the feed-in tariff PPA. They're confused with acronyms already. But the feed-in tariff PPA Nelson mentioned earlier, we have a program approved for it already, but the actual contract itself we need to bring back to you all. So we'll do that We're again targeting next month for that as well. So that's actively in the works right now, trying to get that cleaned up and ready for prime time. In addition to that, we also, I think I mentioned last month or the month before, we opened up a local request for information, our RFI, to solicit information about local energy projects in our county, San Diego County, and Imperial County. So, and for background, we launched it, sent it out, and then we had an initial offer deadline of September 1st. Then this will just be an evergreen solicitation. Basically, we're in the market. We are here looking to support and procure and develop renewable energy and standalone energy storage in our local area. So no reason to close the deadline, so to speak. So we've had good response from the market. I think a lot of people were I think pleasantly surprised or received it pleasantly and have noted that they will be responding kind of going forward. So kind of re-stimulated maybe the development market in the San Diego area. We also did receive information about 14 projects in our local area. Again, this is renewable energy and standalone storage and some renewables with storage paired together. So we're kind of reviewing that. I think it's really helpful for us to just kind of get a sense of what's in the market. Again, I'll note this was wholesale energy, so we had a size limit, anything larger than 1 megawatt. Most of the projects that came in were significantly larger than that. So we'll work to target kind of the smaller side of that as well with some programs. Again, I mentioned the feed-in tariff, and we may look to target and develop or encourage the development as well of some smaller facilities, in the smaller side of wholesale. But we are reviewing those now. There's some evaluation, some financial evaluation on some of those projects that we want to do economic analysis to see how they shape up. But there may actually be a couple that we want to discuss further and kind of learn more about. So if we do so, don't be surprised. Those of you on the ad hoc contracts committee, we may be calling that committee together here in the next couple of weeks to review with you and see if there are any projects there that we want to move forward with. I think that's it on the renewable energy side. Moving down to resource adequacy, the fun that never ends. We do have this year a November 1st update for resource adequacy for the year ahead showing. Again, this is we went through this last year, right? And there's been a lot of discussion this evening already about resource adequacy, and both from Laura and then from John DeLacy. Mentioning collaboration with SDG&E as well. So we are active in the resource adequacy market. We have just over a month to go here to meet our requirements for next year and then the 2 following years after that for local RA. So we are actively. I don't want to share too much, but just to let you know, it is a busy season, busy RA season. There are solicitations in the market that we're participating in. We'll be likely having our own, and there's a lot of bilateral discussions as well around resource adequacy. So we are active there, and again, with kind of a month to go, doing our best to meet our requirements in that arena. And then finally, on kind of the risk management side of things, I mentioned we're well hedged for the balance of this year, and kind of now. I'm not gonna say we're out of the woods, but summer is kind of starting to taper off here. So usually we see October, November, December a little calmer certainly than July and August. But again, are well positioned through the end of the year. So turning our attention now to round out needs for 22 and beyond. We have done work. We did work even this spring to start hedging our energy costs and securing contracts for 22, 23, and even into 2024. So that's really our focus now, is to turn and to continue doing that work, continue positioning ourselves to be where we want to be by next summer. And so there's a lot of work turning to that. And with that, obviously, it goes hand in hand with what a lot of the work Lucas was mentioning as well around the phase 3 enrollment, around the load forecast, around trying to get good data and put all that together. But that's squarely now front and center as well. So that's the general update. Happy to take any questions or dive in deeper on any of that. But if not, also happy to send everyone off to the rest of the evenings.
Thank you, Byron. Any questions for Byron? Any public comment?
We have one hand raised. Christina Marquez, I'm going to allow you to talk and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. Good evening. My name is Christina Marquez, speaking on behalf of over 3,600 power professionals and electricians of IBEW Local 569. So I just wanted to open a couple things to urge the SDCP to open discussions about two outstanding policy items. First, please amend your inclusive and sustainable workforce policy to incorporate the use of local state approved apprenticeship programs. This is found under section 2A3 and within the policies feed and tariff sections. As an example, we support the Peninsula Clean Energy Inclusive and Sustainable Workforce Policy as revised on October 25th, 2018, which is a baseline framework with additional provisions related to prevailing wages, project labor agreements, and skilled and trained workforce as defined in section 2601 of the California Public Contract Code. Much of these provisions have already been included in the SDCP workforce policy, but outstanding is the inclusion and use of local state approved apprenticeship programs. The second item is to please develop bid evaluation scoring criteria and incorporate this into the SDCP solicitation process. Bid evaluation scoring criteria will send a strong signal to the market about the types of projects SDCP would like to see proposed. For example, criteria can incentivize projects that are local, sited responsibly, and create good middle-class jobs and skilled training opportunities. Similar to the workforce policy, a bid evaluation scoring criteria policy needs to be finalized and adopted prior to releasing the solicitation so it can be incorporated into the RFP package and the solicitation process. We recommend a bid evaluation scoring criteria framework similar to those used by Clean Power Alliance and East Bay Community Energy. We encourage both matters to be addressed and finalized immediately as two new members, the County of San Diego and National City, may soon join SDCP and have indicated they too share our values for strong workforce policies and climate action. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with SDCP, and I love the movement that you guys are going and the direction you're going to. And we want to keep the 100% renewable energy and good local green energy jobs throughout our region. And I know you guys have had a long day. I really appreciate the time, and you guys have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
And that concludes public comment.
Cody, did you want to comment at all as to that that comment, that public comment, or Bill, whomever, in terms of just where we're at with this discussion?
Well, I think she pretty well capsulized what our current policy is, and there are potential additions that could be made, and we'd be certainly comments under advisement and see what we can ferret out and bring back to you.
Sounds good. All right, let's bring it back to the board. I think that, do we have any other discussion questions for Byron? All right, that's it. All right, well, thank you, Byron. All right, well, that was our last item and we received and filed it. And so we are at the last part of our agenda, which is any comments from our CEO or general counsel or anybody, any board director.
No comments by general counsel, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I think this is where we used to have the general counsel comment. So that's why you were taken back when I said general comment.
I'm on my toes tonight. Thank you.
All right, perfect. All right, well then we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you so much, guys. It was a great meeting. Thank you.